Welcome to the 7th meeting of the Honolulu Liquor Commission. Please turn off your cell phones, and when approaching the commission, please say and spell your name and speak clearly into the microphone. We have on our agenda item number 1. We're discussing candidates for the position of Liquor Commission. Candidate Ken Takimoto.
Let's see it.
Listen, you just mad to him coming in. And Anna.
Anna, oh. Oh, Mr. Takimoto, please have a seat. So you're welcome to make a statement if you care. Not required though. You're not required, but yeah, if you'd like to, you're welcome to. Yeah.
Okay. Basically, in terms of opening statement, in lieu of talking about my background and those kind of aspects, what I'd like to do is to offer 3 suggestions that might help the Liquor Commission improve its services and move forward from where it is. The first one recommendation is to skip the preliminary hearings for applicants, except for certain classes and categories. But the idea here is to save the time for the applicants. They can move to licensure, faster. Yeah. It would save them one hearing to attend. And there would be no diminishment of the public's ability to weigh in on an application. I just want to note that Kauai County already doesn't do preliminary hearings. The only exception would be, in my opinion, applicants for dispensing licenses who are asking for the categories of entertainment, live entertainment, music, hostess, and nudity. Because I believe for those classes, you probably want to take a 2-step slower approach. But for all others, just go directly to public hearing. Suggestion number 2 is to suspend the enforcement of the pending rule revision of the employee registration requirement. I believe that requirement is outdated and is obsolete. And the County of Kauai Liquor Commission has not required that for over 30 years. By way of history, that registration system was instituted to assist HPD. I'm talking about 30 years ago, HPD and the Immigration Service. Because, when they checked on licensees, they wanted a way to distinguish and identify employees from non-employees. But today, there are many ways to identify the persons within a premises. So I believe the registration system is not needed for that purpose. As I said, restaurant licensees, the employees there, they're already not required to be registered. So by removing the requirement for all other licensees, you would be basically putting them on the same level. By doing this, the public would not be denied any access to services, and there would be no new duty imposed upon the licensees. So that's my suggestion number 2. Suggestion number 3 is currently the Liquor Commission as an agency does not have a quality assurance feedback mechanism or survey. Typically when people go to the hospital or to the dealership to get some kind of service, right? Within a day, they get an email asking for a survey. How were you treated? Did you get the services on time? Was the staff courteous, right? This agency does not have that capability. And so it doesn't have a effective way to gauge how its services are being received and the conduct of its employees. So I would suggest to have that done or instituted when an employee does well, is responsive to an applicant or a licensee. That good response can be put in their record. So it's not just about negative things. It's about when they do positive things as well. So I think a quality assurance feedback tool would basically assist both the agency and the public who are receiving the services. In short, it's a tool to achieve responsiveness and accountability. So that's all I have. Presentation.
Right, thank you. Commissioners, did you have any questions?
So, Mr. Takemoto, based on your 3 recommendations, if you were to get the number 1 position, how long, what's the downsides to each of these? And how long would it take for you to implement these?
The first part of the question was what downside?
Is there any downside to your recommendations?
I've given these recommendations quite a lot of thought. I don't see any downsides to them right offhand. We may discover some as we go, but frankly, at this point, I cannot see any downside to them. In terms of implementation or time implementation, the registration of employee rule, I believe that can be, with commission approval, that can be implemented pending eventual rule revision. As I said, so that can be done fairly quickly. You don't have to go through a rule revision, public hearing, and all of that to get that done. Skipping the preliminary hearing, that doesn't require a rule change. You already have it in the statute in terms of a discretion. So it doesn't require any new instrument to be done. So that can be done fairly quickly. As far as a quality assurance feedback tool, that will require, I'm not sure the time, but possibly 6 months in terms of consultation, both technical and with union. So that would probably be the one item that would take the longest to do. But I think within 6 months, that's probably doable.
Okay, thank you.
Others?
Ask a question. Mr. Takemoto, what if the position as the administrator, if you were selected, what are 1 or 2 things that the commission can do to help you be most successful?
The commission is already, I think, on that track by having permitted interaction groups. That brings the commissioners closer to understanding in more detail what the staff is doing in order to get things done and whether it's being done effectively. That would be probably my number 1 concern. Bridging, not that there is a big gap, but basically facilitating the knowledge of what the staff is doing to all of you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, so Mr. Takimoto, I want to thank you for your long service to the city and the agency. You stepped in multiple times to fill in gaps for institutional knowledge and leadership. Even now, you're here helping us as we struggle to transition to wherever it is that we will end up. And so it's easy for me to see that you are qualified to lead as the administrator, and your testimony only reinforces my assessment. And so I just really want to thank you for stepping forward yet again to help the agency.
Thank you for the opportunity to apply and to be go through the interview process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Calling agenda item number 2, candidate Jason White. Welcome, Mr. White. You're welcome to make an opening statement.
Yeah, is there a time limit on that?
No, it's just.
I kind of prepared a few remarks, if that's
Great.
okay.
Yeah.
At first, it was good seeing you all again, seeing you all in one place at one time. So that's very nice. But Chairman Hong, Vice Chair Hune, Commissioners, I want to thank you first for the opportunity to speak with you all today and for this opportunity to serve as a liquor control administrator for the city and county of Honolulu. I'm honored for this opportunity, and I believe I bring a unique combination of executive leadership, regulatory oversight, operational experience, and public service commitment that aligns directly with the mission of this organization. For nearly 30 years, I've served in leadership positions with the FBI and the U.S. Army, managing complex programs where accountability, compliance, public trust, and sound decision-making were critical. I've led these organizations through both operational and administrative challenges and have developed and implemented policies that had national impact. These policies implemented organizational changes that improved oversight, efficiency, and accountability. As a result, I've learned that successful organizations are built not only through good policy, but through consistent leadership, strong communication, and a culture of professionalism, while maintaining the highest standards of accountability and integrity. What attracts me to this position is the commission's vital role at the intersection of public safety, economic activity, and community well-being. Successful organizations require balance. You must protect the public while treating businesses fairly and consistently. This requires enforcing standards consistently while remaining transparent and accessible. This balance has defined my career. I know that credibility is earned through fairness, consistency, and transparency. Decisions must be made based on facts, law, policy, and established standards. When organizations operate this way, they build trust with employees, stakeholders, and the public. My leadership style is direct, transparent, and accountable. I believe in setting clear expectations, developing employees, supporting supervisors, and holding people accountable. Culture does not develop by accident. It is built through consistency, and leadership sets that standard every day. If selected, my focus would be strengthening internal leadership, improving operational efficiency, addressing process backlogs, modernizing workflows, and reinforcing a culture of professionalism, accountability, and service. I would also prioritize strong relationships with licensees, community members, law enforcement, partners, elected officials, and you all on the commission. Clear communication along with consistent standards reduce conflict, improves compliance, and strengthens public confidence. At this stage in my career, I am not looking for a title. I am looking for an opportunity to continue to serving this community and to lead an organization that has direct impact on the safety of the community, Honolulu's economic vitality, and public trust. I have spent my career leading under intense public and political scrutiny, managing complex operations, building strong teams, and making difficult decisions with integrity. If selected, I will bring that same commitment, professionalism, and accountability to the Honolulu Liquor Commission. My promise is simple. Every decision I make will be guided by fairness, transparency, consistency, and what is in the best interest of the people of Honolulu. So once again, just want to thank you for your time and your consideration. I would be honored to serve as the next Liquor Control Administrator for the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Hey, well.
Good question.
Mr. White,
Yes, sir.
you were selected for the Liquor Control Administrator position. What are one or two things that the commission can do to help best support you to be successful?
Well, I think what we need, if selected, that I would rely on you guys for your expertise and knowledge. You're all leaders in the community. I know Mr. Hullinger has an experience with union. We've discussed that before. You, a leader in the banking industry. All of you have something to offer. Mr. Hune, as well as being a member of this agency in the past. So I'll rely on your expertise in that. Also, the main thing is just the support. When we make decisions, when I make decisions to ensure that I have your all support and what we're doing here at the commission. My goal is to make sure that we do everything fair and consistent and build that credibility. So I'm going to rely on you guys to support me in that endeavor.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Questions? All right. So Mr. White, your varied experiences are exceptional. And I think that bringing new eyes and approaches to leading this agency are needed. And I'm confident that given the time, you will lead this agency to a better era. And I think you touched on this. My reservations are around your inexperience of working within the city bureaucracy and having that institutional knowledge. Our last administrator was extremely qualified, but I would venture to say he was frustrated by the pace and the bureaucracy of the environment. The position is in the public eye, and I'm glad to see that you say you have a thick skin for this type of thing because it will require it. I think those are all of my comments. I really appreciate you stepping forward as well. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well said. Other questions?
No questions? All right. Well, thank you very much. I think
Thank
we'll
you.
Thank
go
you. Thanks to you all.
Executive session.
Yep, agenda item number 3, executive session. Okay, go ahead.
So, the Liquor Commission may go into an executive session pursuant to Hawaii revised statute section 92-4 and subsection 92-5A2 to enter into executive session to consider the hire, evaluation, dismissal, or discipline of any officer or employee where the consideration of matters affecting privacy may be involved and related to the selection of the liquor administrator. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session for this purpose.
So moved.
Okay, we're
All those in the.
Okay, we're back from executive session where we were discussing the selection of the liquor control administrator. We're now going to make our selection. We'll call by each commissioner, either Commissioner Takamoto or, I'm sorry, either candidate Takamoto or candidate White. Okay, Commissioner Hyun?
No.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not going
Go with
to.
the vice chairs.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're starting left to right.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Commissioner Hollinger, go ahead.
Okay, so
Hollinger.
my
ahead.
vote is going to be for candidate White.
Vice Chair Sakamoto.
Vote for candidate Jason White.
Oh, God. Commissioner Hyun
My vote is for Mr. White with reservations.
and Commissioner Kadev.
My vote is for Jason White.
Okay, and the chair votes for Mr. White with reservations as stated in my previous open testimony. And so we have our new administrator. All right, we're going to go into executive session.
Yes, the commission may go into an executive session for the following reasons. Pursuant to Hawaii's revised statute 92-4 and subsection 92-5A4, right?
Yeah.
And to consult the board's attorney on questions and issues and pertaining on a matter pertaining to the board's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities, and related to our discussion.
Selection.
I will entertain a motion to go to an executive session for that purpose.
So moved. Second.
Thank you everyone for your patience. We were in executive session discussing some legal matters. Calling agenda item
Hold
number.
on. We do have to
Add-
make
add-
amendments to the agenda.
The add-on, please.
So I do have, we need to make a motion to amend the agenda that was posted, so we need to amend the agenda by adding agenda item number 12A. Application number 27-00342, Tropics High Kai Inc. It's a special, and also we need to amend the agenda to add agenda item 12B, which is 27-00461 from HFIA Made in Hawaii Festival, another special. So I'll entertain a motion to add those two items to the agenda.
I'll make that motion.
The second it?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to add agenda items 12A and 12B as stated. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The agenda is amended.
Thank you.
Calling agenda item number 6, application number 25-01734 from Plantation Tavern LLC. And I work with the applicant, and so I will be recusing. Thank you.
Don't go far.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Barbara Natal, BARBARANATALE. I'm the authorized agent for Plantation Tavern LLC. The owners do send the regrets they're not able to make it today. And we do not have any changes to the investigative report.
Ms. Harai.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Commissioners. This application has received 0 written protests, 0 letters in support. Applicant has met statutory requirements for the submission of this application.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to either testify either for or against this application? Seeing none, commissioners, any questions or a form of action?
No questions.
I have no questions.
Make a motion to approve application number 25-01734.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded to approve application number 25-01734. Any objections or reservations? Seeing none, the chair also votes aye. Application number 25-01734 is approved. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Okay, we have Chair Hong back, please.
Okay, calling agenda item number 7, application number 25-01890 from Lava Pacific LLC.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Unsunjung, EUNSUN. I'm here on behalf of the Lava Pacific LLC.
Is there anyone who? Oh, sorry, Ms. Rai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This application has received 0 written protests, 0 letters in support. Applicant has met statutory requirements for the submission of this application.
All right, is there anyone who'd like to testify either for or against this applicant? Seeing none, commissioners, any questions?
I have no questions.
Make a motion to approve application number 25-01890.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded to approve application number 25-01890. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The application is approved. Thank you. Calling agenda item number 8, application number 25-02702, Sunrise Shack Corporation.
Maybe continuance.
Continuance.
Chair, continue. No.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Right.
Christina O'Hara on behalf of the applicant, and with me is Travis Smith, the owner of Sunrise Shack. We have reviewed the various protest letters and are happy to speak to that at your, when you're ready.
Okay. Mr. Rai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This application has received 9 written protests, 0 letters in support. Applicant has met statutory requirements for the submission of this application.
And I see we have somebody that would like to testify. Oh, please. Come forward. Mr. Rai.
And I'm going to swear you in. I know. Do you swear that the testimony you give at today's hearing will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Right.
My name is Penny Riggs. I am the owner of 149 Mahialani Place. And I have actually already submitted a letter. And we did just want to clarify on that, that we we're saying no, but I'm actually here today just to find out a bit more about the application, because we were unable to obtain any information about what the plan was, what hours were being requested, that sort of thing. So that's why I'm here personally.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
is there anyone else who'd like to testify? Okay, would you care to discuss the?
Yes, so last week I actually had a call with the neighborhood board, the chair and the chair of the zoning committee on the neighborhood board. It sounded like a lot of the complaints, or not complaints, but a lot of the fear centered around noise and being open really late. And there was some confusion about the license operating hours, which are set by statute, the 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. versus the business establishments operating hours, which are currently like 6 to 6.
6 to 6.
So we listened to their concerns, and although we have no obligation to, and to be honest, the establishment now has received no noise complaints. It seems like everything runs well as is. There's no like ongoing dispute with the neighbors, but to maintain, the community relationship and goodwill, Travis says he will voluntarily restrict his license. So we'd like to put that from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. That way the neighbors can be assured that is when the restaurant is closed.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
So the only thing I would suggest is, since you do have neighbors that might be concerned about sound or noise, you might want to put together I think we've done this at many other establishments, a list where people do contact you about noise concerns, you date, person, time, in case in the future, when you maybe want to talk about unrestricting your license for a point, or whether or not there are issues with your issues that people complain and do have noise complaints, you'll have a log that we may want to look at or see.
Sounds good.
So I would recommend that. That's my only comment.
Just a question, basically. In our investigative report, it does say that you do have outdoor seating. And so with noise coming from the inside to get in and out, doors will be open and things of that nature. So I guess it might behoove you to try to review what kind of noise mitigation you can do. As it gets later on in night, I know, and it's very nice that you're looking at 9 p.m. as a closing date. That might help the community. But anytime, leading up to 9, maybe just check to see, processes that you could put in place to try to mitigate noise going outside of the establishment. Might be helpful.
One other suggestion, maybe it might be a little extreme, but if you do have a sound meter and take recordings periodically, just so you have it on your own log. So if you have any protests or, complaints that are generated, at least you have some type of documentation that can support your position.
My only comment would be in other cases where we've had noise complaints from concerned citizens, neighbors, and so forth. Oftentimes that's a result of the patrons hanging out in the parking lot, talking loud, making noise. And so my recommendation would be to monitor that and make sure that people leave the premises to keep the neighbors at peace.
There is like full-time security on the property too.
Okay.
They kind of hold it down.
Oh, great. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I ask
Yeah.
a quick question? If there's gonna be a restriction or condition placed on the license pertaining to the 6 to 9, is that 6 to 9 operating hours or alcohol service?
Oh, we were thinking liquor service. Sorry. never mind.
Yeah. I just
All
wanted
right.
to make that because we need to
Good,
specify
thank you.
that.
Question.
Nope.
Again, that's the prevention of.
Yeah. Liquor serving restriction 9 p.m.
6 to 9.
6
I make a motion. My motion will be to approve application number 25-. 02702 with the stipulation that liquor service will be from 6 AM to 9 PM.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve application number 25-02702 with the stated stipulations. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Calling agenda item number 9, application number 25-03948. P.O. Garden, Inc.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of Commission, Yuchi for the licensee. We have no additional changes or corrections to the investigator's report.
All right, Mr. Rai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This application has received 0 written protests, 0 letters of support. Applicant has met statutory requirements for the submission of this application.
Okay, is there anyone who'd like to testify either for or against this application? Seeing none. Commissioners, any questions?
I have no questions.
Motion to approve application number 25-03948.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve application number 25-03948. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The application is approved. Thank you. Oh, you again. Calling agenda item number 10, transfer application number 26-00201, SSI Legacy LLC.
Again, good afternoon, Chair, members of Commission, Keith Kyuchi for the applicant. To my right is Fred D'Angelo, DANGELO. Is the manager of the entity. We have no corrections or additions to the investigative report.
All right, Mr. Rai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This application has received 0 written protests, 0 letters in support. Applicants met statutory requirements for the submission of this application. And for the record, a summary of the July 30th preliminary hearing testimony was provided to Chair Hong prior to the public hearing.
Okay, Commissioners, any questions? No. Is there anyone who'd like to testify either for or against this applicant? Seeing none. Commissioners, any questions?
None.
Mr. Kyuchi, the floor plan on exhibit A1.
Yeah.
That's an outdoor patio, correct?
Yes.
So, I know I believe there's railings all the way around, except the one far left corner is the walkway where people can
Right.
get in and out,
Right.
right? But how many people do you guys think you're gonna seat out there?
Outside Ledheim,
Yeah.
about 45, 40.
Okay, and you're gonna have a dedicated server, I'm assuming, stationed out there for either busting or serving, only because with that many people out there, we don't want people passing, and obviously you're in an establishment that's gonna be families with children
Right.
and everybody. I mean, not as much tourists, hopefully you'll get, but more are gonna be families and kids and everybody
Yeah,
there, so.
with that number, usually the ratio would be 2 servers out there.
So just let's make sure we have somebody consistently out there watching, so people aren't passing as we get past summer, but as you know, as we move forward.
Understood.
Understood.
That's my only comments.
Make a motion to approve transfer application number 26-00201.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve application number 26-00201. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling agenda item number 11, application number 26-01902 from Omaha LLC.
And the record reflect Wayne Luke as attorney for the app. We have no changes to the investigator's report and
Okay, Mr. Rai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This application has received 1 written protest, 0 letters in support. Applicant has met statutory requirements for the submission of this application.
Okay, is there anyone who'd like to testify either for or against this applicant? Seeing none, Commissioners, any questions?
So. How do you plan, or what is your plans? I guess under our report, right, it talks about not being able to, the landlord doesn't approve any type of playing of music or anything of that, and yet you are talking about a license that general with music and dancing. So what is the plan in regards to get through having music or dancing?
now the landlord just says you can't have the music that disturbs the surrounding people.
Okay,
He's very strict about that.
okay. So how do you
We-
plan?
We've,
Go ahead.
excuse, me.
No, go
Yeah,
ahead.
we've been open for over, what, 14 months now,
Okay,
no complaints to
okay,
liquor commission or anywhere. We have this one protest and it's unfortunate that we close at 10 every night.
okay,
And it's unfortunate that she works early in the morning.
okay.
And this is the only, really the only opposition that, or complaint that we've received for the last 14 months.
Okay. So all I would recommend is because of the situation that you have in the landlord's lease, right? That if you have noise, it's gonna affect anyone else around. I would suggest at least putting together a list just in case someone calls for a complaint that you have stuff. And you may have already done that, but I'm just saying, because obviously now it's becoming not just only you're going through a special or extras, this is now for the permanent. So I would suggest at least having a possibility of putting together a list if people were to complain.
Sure, I've already sent a letter to this protester
Okay,
regarding who she can call if there's problems.
all right, thank you. That's my only comments.
Has the landlord indicated what the process would be if there are noise complaints in terms of them?
I think it's stop the music. Probably,
The landlord will
The landlord,
force
right.
stopping music on that establishment.
so we've been very careful for the last 14 months.
Okay,
I've talked to the landlord.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm just
He's
curious.
very conscious because he has a lot of tenants, in the area itself.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve application number 26-01902.
Second,
It's been moved and seconded to approve application number 26-01902. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Calling agenda item number 12, applications number 27-00204-1 to 27-00204-6. Honolulu Bail Works LLC. Hello.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the commission. This is Anna Harai, Naomi Cole on behalf of Honolulu Beer Works. Present to my right is owner, Mr. Jeffrey Seidman. We have no changes to investigative report.
There's questions.
I don't have any questions. No.
So you're not brewing, you're just serving. The
For this special, yes.
Okay. Right.
Motion to approve application numbers 27-00204-1 to 27-00204-6 inclusive.
second,
It's been moved and seconded to approve applications number 27-00204-1 to 27-00204-6. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The applications are approved. Calling agenda item number 13, request number 27-00228.
Jeff,
Oh,
you need to say out of order
Oh,
because we would
God.
normally have a 12A, right?
Thank you.
So you just need to say out of order because we'll take, it says over here, we can take 12, 13, 18, and 20 because they're all related matters.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. Calling out of order, 12A applications number. Wait. 13.
So we're going to move on to calling out of
Out of
order
order.
agenda item number 13, which is a
Thank you.
related item. Request number 27-00228 from Honolulu Beer Works LLC.
Thank you, what he said. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the commission. Ms. Anna Harai, Naomi Cole on behalf of Honolulu Beer Works. Present to my right is owner, Mr. Jeffrey Seidman. We have no changes to investigative report.
Okay, commissioners, any questions?
This is just a decrease in your space on the specific time, right? And this is based on because of the other items, right?
That's correct.
That are coming up
In order
as
to
we
do the,
continue to move forward in the unrelated items, correct?
that's correct. We're just decreasing the manufacturer's size so we could do the special event.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay,
No questions.
Motion to approve request number 27-00228.
second,
it's been moved and seconded to approve request number 27-00228. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The request is approved. Calling out of order, agenda item number 18, request number 27-00417, Honolulu Beer Works LLC.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the commission, Ms. Anna Harai, Naomi Cole on behalf of Honolulu Beer Works. Present to my right is owner, Mr. Jeffrey Seidman. Again, we have no changes to investigative report.
Okay, commissioners, any questions?
No.
The batching is just for the specials.
That's correct.
But yeah.
Oh, is it the batches?
This is just to allow us to do this special event, to
Okay.
decrease the space for that.
Motion to approve request number 27-00417.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve request number 27-00417. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The request is approved. Calling out of order, agenda item number 20, request number 27-00439, Honolulu Beer Works LLC.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the commission, Ms. Anna Harai, Naomi Cole on behalf of Honolulu Beer Works. Present to my right is owner, Mr. Jeffrey Seidman. This, we had turned in this special event license, and then the staff discovered that final inspection to increase the space is never done. So we are requesting an extension to allow for that final inspection.
Okay, so I guess I got a question here. So you wanna get approval for the space?
Yeah.
Or that you're gonna use, but the final inspection of that space has not been done as of yet.
Actually, we got approval from the Liquor Commission back on June 12, 2025 to extend the space, and we got the preliminary inspection done. We thought the final inspection was done, but the staff stated that there's no signature evidencing that the final inspection was done.
Okay.
So that's why we're now having to request to extend the ability for us to do the final inspection so that there could be a signature signing off saying that the extension is correct or okay.
Okay. Yeah, okay,
It was only discovered because we
Hmm.
turned in this
so
application.
you're turning in the application and then
Yeah,
we're
the
looking at
staff
these things, right?
discovered,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Okay, I would, my only comment is going to be, I think on the administrative side, I think we need to work a little bit better to finalize if these things are done or not done, only because as we move forward with approving extensions or unextensions that should have had a final inspection done on them, we're kind of like in limbo whether the space is correct or not.
The problem here is that the claim is that the final inspection was conducted by the licensing supervisor.
Okay, got it. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you, thank you.
I see.
Okay,
Motion to approve request number 27-00439.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve request number 27-00439. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The request is approved.
Thank you very much. Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, now going back into order of the add-on items, calling agenda item number 12A, application number 27-00342, Tropics Wi-Fi. Hello.
Again, good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission, Keith Hughes, representing Tropics Haikai. I've received the investigator's report. I have only one clarification. Mr. Kashani got his fingerprints done in California yesterday.
Note on the dates here.
Yeah, the date, so what we're gonna have to do, and I'll submit a letter along with this, because the pickup date's gonna have to be Monday. Right, because we can't pick it up tomorrow, so it's gonna have to run from the 24th. So what we're gonna have to do is select that as the pickup date and send a letter saying that we would ask that the dates we paid for be credited.
Okay.
That's fine.
Mr. Kyuchi, has the deficiency regarding criminal history been cleared up?
That's Mr. Kashani's criminal history. It was cleared up yesterday.
Thank you.
I have no other questions.
Motion to approve application number 27-00342.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve application number, hold it. Oh, thank you. 27-00342. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The request is approved. Application is approved.
Okay, thank you.
Calling agenda item number 12B, application number 27-00461 from the Hawaii food industry. Hello.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is April AU, coming on behalf of Hawaii Food. Industry Association representing even the Hawaii Festival and the Zap Peppers.
Okay. If there's any questions? Yep.
I just think, no, I don't have any questions, but I do think that the event starts today, tonight, and so, you know, because there is always issues where there could be possibilities of us not having quorums or anything, we might want to work on figuring some of this stuff out earlier, because ultimately your event runs today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. And if we somehow were not here
Right.
because of an emergency or something, your event would not be able to serve alcohol. Okay, so let's just work on that. I do understand there's been changes in the vendor at that location, so I get that, but you might want to check on that just to be safe for the future.
Will do.
This
Thank
has
you
been
all
probably
for
the
being
closest
here.
I've ever seen, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much, because we're like, once you get it approved now, you gotta pick it up
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
Because people are probably waiting outside right now to get in for your VIP access.
Could you just elaborate a little bit on your security for the event?
So we currently have 5 special duties officers and a sergeant special duty HPD, along with Hawaii Convention Center security, and then a hired security team of PSC.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Motion to approve application number 27-00461.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve application number 27-00461. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The application is approved.
Thank you, commissioners.
Calling agenda item number 14, request number 27-00361, Taste of Thai Cuisine LLC.
Hello, my name is Lily Chun, LILLYCHUN. I'm here for Taste of Thai Cuisine LLC, DBA EXO Restaurant and Carte Blanche.
Take the first one. first, Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to request an extension to renew our liquor license.
Renewing after the deadline of end of June.
Yeah.
So Ms. Chen, have you been serving alcohol since the end of June?
No,
And so if our auditors went out there and looked at gross liquor sales, we wouldn't find anything, right?
yeah.
Okay.
What was the problem with the tax clearance?
I'm backed up on work because I had a kid. So I'm just like trying to chase my work and I'm just a little bit behind on taxes. So I need to get it straightened out with them.
So the tax, it's been cleared up already.
Tax, no, I'm still working with them, but I'm asking for an extension to try to get it cleared up.
Okay, wait, so
Yeah.
let me, okay, so you're asking for an extension, right? So currently, okay, so my best understanding is you need to have the tax clearance finished before we could even agree to give you a liquor license. Now, extension wise, you can come back anytime when the tax credits have been cleared. And you can ask for us to approve you renewing your license after the date. But unless I'm wrong, I don't think there's an extension that we do
Oh,
for you to be able to file.
Okay, I guess we interpreted the request that you, to file the request to the renewal after the
After that.
June 30 deadline. However, it sounds like, you also will need to, request an additional time beyond, July 31 within which to present the tax clearance.
Okay,
So
so
maybe my position would be that we can approve it upon presentment of the tax clearance to renew the license at the front desk, right?
Unless, if she's saying that she does not, she's still working on that. I guess you could amend the request to include both two actions. File the request to renew late and then get additional time within which to present the tax clearance. Either way, she doesn't get to pick up the license until the second item, the tax clearance is presented.
okay, so the tax clearance deadline is July 31st,
Yes.
but then the renewal is June 31st.
yeah.
Okay, so you're asking for an extension past July 31st to provide tax clearance to then do your license. Okay.
I don't think you filed the license renewal at all.
We did. We
Oh, you
filed
did?
it, and we paid for it, but I couldn't get the tax.
Oh,
clearance.
okay, so I'm sorry, so I guess we'll have to tweak fortunately, it's the same rule, it's just that the relief being asked will need to be amended. Fortunately, there's 5 of you here, so you.
Okay, so how would
Yeah,
we
yeah.
amend the agenda?
Just to amend the agenda to request to have time beyond July 31, 26 to present the tax clearance.
Would it also have to be amended to be a request for a late renewal?
She apparently did
Paid already.
pay,
Okay, on time.
yeah. And we'll clear that up for the second item also. So it just needs to amend the request to have additional time beyond July 31st within which to present the tax clearance.
You wanna make the amendment?
Okay, so I'm gonna amend for agenda item number 14, we're gonna amend the agenda to read request to have a time extension beyond July 31st, 2026 to provide the tax clearance for the license renewal.
That's
So moved as stated.
Second.
Okay,
As stated.
it's been moved and seconded to amend agenda item number 14 as stated. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The agenda item is amended. Okay, so now we
So
need.
we had to take action on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Motion to approve request number 27-00361 with the amended statement.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve request number 27-00361 as amended. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The request is approved. All right. Next one, I'm calling agenda item number 15, request number 27-00362, Taste of Thai Cuisine LLC DBA Carte Blanche.
The
You have to
same
say your
thing.
name again.
My name is Lily Chun, LILLYBHUN, here representing Carte Blanche.
okay. So this is the same thing, right? So we're
Yeah.
gonna need to amend the agenda. My motion is going to be to amend the agenda item number 15, request number 27-00362 to state to allow an extension past July 31st, 2026 for this provision of providing the tax clearance for license renewal.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend agenda item number 15 as stated. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The agenda item is amended.
Make a motion to approve request number 27-00362 as amended.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve request number 27-00362 as amended. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The request is approved. Thank you.
What's my next step?
so as soon as you get that tax clearance, you bring it in and then you'll be able to for both premises, then you'll be able to pick up the renewed license.
Okay, everything can be done at the front.
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay,
All right,
thank you.
Calling agenda item number 16, request number 27-00369, Aroma Cafe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Sirai Robert Wheels on behalf of Roma Cafe, doing business at the Gallery Waikiki. It's a request for an additional 1 year extension of time to liquor license. We're having issues with the type of doors, believe it or not, sliding versus self-closing doors. We did get many of the approvals, but it's just that single outstanding item. We do have a third party person assisting with that permit process, but that's the only thing outstanding right now. It's basically the doors, sliding doors versus the self-closing doors. It is at the Outrigger Waikiki Paradise Hotel, so there is coordination with the landlord and the applicant, but we got the liquor license approved, but we're just trying to get it issued once we can get that permitting approved.
Okay,
I have no questions.
Motion to approve request number 27-00369.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve request number 27-00369. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The request is approved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Calling agenda item number 17, request number 27-00385, HH Pacific Beach LP. EBA Aloha. Hello.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Christina O'Hara on behalf of the applicant. The gentleman who submitted the request is working right now, so he's not able to attend. But I'm happy to answer any questions you might have regarding the request.
So Chair, before we continue, I will make a disclosure that the ILWU does represent the employees and the servers at Aloha Resort. I am not their employees' direct representative, and this will not affect my ability to be impartial on deciding on this matter.
Okay, noted.
So, Miss.
Give your usual.
Yeah, so, okay, so I know you probably have heard this numerous times in any batching. So if there's any fresh fruit juices, which looks to be, I believe there's lime juice in one, there's some passion fruit mix, a few other things. Those items, right, are okay to batch, but there's no longer than a 3-day holding storage in a cooler, because if those things go bad, you might not know it offhand based on the alcohol that's in it. So we wouldn't want you to hold the batches any longer than 3 days within a holding space. And additionally, I know we always ask the same question, is if a patron were to ask you to make it in front of them without the batch, that your bartenders be able to provide that service to the guest.
Yes, it would depend on what it is. So some of these are, those frozen, like froze machines. So we would just tell them like, so sorry, it is a pre-batch frozen thing, but we're happy to try to make it like a different way for you. Like if that involves getting out a blender and.
I mean, I think the idea is more like what my understanding of the spirit of the rule is more to be able to say, like, if a customer came to you and said, look, I know it's a frozen icy machine. I know it's not going to be the same, but I would like you to make it in front of me because I don't know exactly how much alcohol is in it and everything else, that you make your best attempt to do that. And we understand it's not going to be 100% exactly the same because it isn't, but they would need to make their best best ability to do it, because technically if they don't, that could be considered a violation if someone were there listening on any of that, right? Because they need to be able to.
And for all the non-frozen ones, of course, we could just make it,
Okay.
we would be like, yes, give us a moment. We're gonna gather all the ingredients, right? We just,
Okay, that's my only comments.
Motion to approve request number 27-00385.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve request number 27-00385. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The request is approved.
and we also understand that if we were to change the recipes, we would update the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Calling agenda item number 19, request number 27-00437, Ale Steak LLC.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Timothy Golden, Golden. I am a partner at Ale Steak.
Okay.
Just requesting to change the date because last weekend was
Not a
bad.
good weekend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All good.
All right.
Motion to approve request number 27-00437.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve request number 27-00437. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. Approved. Yes, for the record, Commissioner Sakamoto is going to be leaving us, right?
Yeah, I'll excuse myself. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Calling agenda item number 21, request number 27-00441, KCP Retail LLC.
Good afternoon, Superior members of the commission. This is a request for late renewal for both 25-26 and 26-27.
Wait, can you say that again?
This is a late renewal because he did not renew for June 30th last year. He didn't renew as a result for June 30th this year.
So it's just been sitting empty for.
He hasn't served alcohol, and the reason he all of a sudden found this urgent is he wanted to do a anniversary celebration next week. But he did get his tax clearance.
Okay. Right, yeah, rather than going into safekeeping, I suppose.
Yeah.
They don't expire if it's not renewed.
Pardon?
Doesn't expire, it's not renewed. For the lots of seeking.
Oh, you just keep my safety. Yeah, no, it says 19 months, renewed twice.
So he's got to pay both years.
Yeah.
But it wasn't put into safety.
No, it wasn't put into safekeeping.
So it's 2 years.
Administratively, if a license is not renewed, is there a period of time in which it would just expire, or is it just?
Well, after, if they don't renew by June 30, it expires. And then, but there are many of these licensees that come back and say, asking for approval to file for the renewal, even though it's beyond the June 30 date. Even though, so it'll kind of change the license in our records from expired to pending, depending on whether or not they can complete that renewal process.
And administratively in the past, we've done that.
Yes.
Right, no questions.
My only comment is, I think it's really, I mean, you might want to let your client know, this is really difficult when you have a license that you didn't renew last year. And now you want to renew it this year when you never renewed it last year, which really makes it bonkers. Because I'm just saying, right? Because technically you didn't have a license last year and there was no gross liquor sales, there was no income, but now we're gonna give you a license. I'm not gonna
Well,
Just saying.
so no, I understand that. The next two that I have a different situation. With this one, I did have to go literally around and around with Dotax. And I have a feeling why I had to go around with Dotax. Because he's going through a divorce.
Okay.
So I understand the concern. Mr. Suter in the past had renewed it always on time. And this is a little different situation because we had some real issues last year on Dotax.
Okay.
And we should not have had those issues. It's probably the nicest way for me to put it.
Okay. Just saying it's just difficult. So, okay.
Yeah.
That's my only comments.
Yeah, because if he knew he was gonna do this, he would have just put it into safekeeping and then
Yes.
back out.
Yeah.
It'd be a lot cheaper.
Right.
Okay.
I don't have any other questions. I mean,
Just one, help me clarify this for me. So he didn't renew in 25,
He didn't renew as of June 30th, 2025, correct?
and so he went basically a whole year expired. And then now he wants to renew for 26 after the fact.
Yes.
I mean, I think this is what's the hard pill that we're trying to wrestle with right now. Because if he had done it in safekeeping last year, divorce or not, it would have been a much easier go around this time.
But the problem is he couldn't do it in safekeeping last year because he didn't have the tax lines. You only can put it in safekeeping if you have the tax lines. You can pay everything else, but then you would have to extend the time period. And even as of July 31st, we didn't get the stuff resolved with Dotax till like January this year.
So we had an earlier case, same thing, with no tax clearance, yeah. With a shorter duration, but
Well, this wasn't because he didn't file. This one was because Dotax told him he had to file something he wasn't obligated to file. They told him he had to file a return for a dealer license, but he didn't have a dealer license.
Did they ever reach out to the commission at any time to advise status?
When I finally got, it took us a while to get it. I don't think we reached out after January. I think before January, we did reach out because we had several different periods where we're trying to get the license renewed.
January of this year.
Yeah.
And I guess what I'm struggling with is that if you know that you're not gonna renew and the deadline has expired, to just allow it to sit, any kind of activity, in my opinion, is irresponsible. I think the owner of the license, you should at least reach out and say, hey, here's the issue. Right? And they might have received guidance that said, come on in and ask for something, extension, or to do it late, renew it late, or take it into safekeeping, but just to not do anything about it, just let it
Well,
sit there?
There was a letter that I recall we sent in before, at the end of before the end of last year, saying we wanted a late renewal because we're still having problems with the license, but by the time that date came and went, he still didn't have the tax clearance. That's how severe the issues were with Dotax. And again, it's not non-payment. This was because Dotax said he had to go file a M18 liquor tax form, which he wasn't required to file.
Which I understand. I guess I'm, relevant to the one that we just addressed. And in my perspective, it would be better to address the status of the license. It could have been, approved beyond renewal, withheld until tax clearance type of thing, but it would have been to some degree addressed rather than just left open for almost 2 years now. I just have a hard time understanding why it wasn't addressed, but.
I think my other question beyond what they're asking is, so is his thought is I'm gonna renew this now, pay all of these things, I can go forward with selling alcohol?
Yeah.
Or is it just for a festival
No.
or a
No,
thing?
it's going forward. I think,
Because my struggle is, okay, that not only has he left the license in limbo, right? Technically, there's a lot of guys out there, right, that if their license, if they do nothing, the license is done, right? And then when we look at a year, you may come to us anytime within that year, right? To say, hey, I've waited, finally got my dough tax, can I renew my license late? Right? And I think we've given that approval hundreds of times. I think the hard part right now is we're looking at giving an approval for a year back and now a new year because he's now been late and this coming year now, right? And so we're kind of looking at saying it's okay to approve your license 2 years later for an issue.
well,
So I'm just saying that's how
I
kinda look at it.
understand that. So before we asked for this, if you notice, we attached the tax clearance. And the date of the tax clearance is not until August 10th.
Okay. Okay. I mean, that's just what I'm struggling with. I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to. Okay. All right, so I like this because we have a lot of things going on, but the commission may go into an executive session for the following reasons. Pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statute 92-4 and subsection 92-5A4 to consult with the board's attorney on questions and issues in a matter pertaining to the board's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities, and related to request the number. What are we at? Sorry. 7-00441. I'll entertain a motion to go into an executive session for this purpose.
So moved.
Second.
This is a very kind of unusual situation because he had a huge number of problems with Dotax, which were not his creation. It's not like he didn't file anything, and that's what's a little bit different.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're back from executive session. We're discussing the authority of the Liquor Commission in this issue. Commissioner Hollinger.
So, Mr. Kyuchi. So I'm gonna explain some things and then give you some options here. So I'm right now inclined to not approve this request unless you can provide to me some things. First is going to be, you had said that we've done this in the past. If you can provide information on what that situation was, that we approved something like this in the past and how it's pertinent to this specific case. Second of all, we want more information on the DOE tax, the due diligence that was done to get the DOE tax clearance, best of the ability, right? Because if it's, some of it's sensitive, I get that, but we want to have as much information as we can to provide, because in our eyes, we're trying to figure out how we approve a 2-year license in a sense of where if we start doing this, this could be, well, hey, I'm gonna leave my license go 5 years. Maybe I come back, I'll pay all that back 5 years and this, and this, right? So that's our concern. So I guess the question would be, do you want us to rule on it? Or would you like to continue until you can get that information?
Before you answer, do you have anything else?
No, I think it's not just from Vice Chair Hollinger, but I think we're all feeling uncomfortable with it and don't want to set unhealthy precedents for future cases.
Well, I can get the information to the commission by Monday. And yeah, it's a little bit unusual too, because he did also tender a renewal check for last year that was returned because it was the wrong amount. So it's a little bit different situation.
So do you want to have us put this on hold and then we'll wait for the other information and then we can continue
Yeah.
this and make a more informed decision?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Do I need a motion on that?
Do we need to make a motion to continue?
You're continuing, but not to a date certain, just until.
I mean, I guess the question would be, do you want us to continue to like next week's date? Where you'll be able to get all this stuff, or you want a couple weeks, or what? would you
No,
like?
I think he would want next week's date.
Okay, so I can make a motion to
Okay.
continue this matter till next week's date if you want.
That's fine.
Okay, my motion is going to be for request number 27-00441 to continue this request until August 27th, 2026 hearing.
Second,
It's been moved and seconded to defer or continue request number 27-00441 until August 27th. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote by request defer. Continue. All right, thank you. Calling agenda item number 22, request number 27-00442, Jin Roku Corporation.
Again, good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission, Keith Kyuchi for the applicant. So this is the same issue. If you want to defer, but this is a company that has not operated. They renewed the license in safekeeping, but did not renew it last year because they couldn't get a tax clearance.
But the license was in safekeeping.
The license was in safekeeping till June 30th, 2025.
Okay, so it was in safekeeping until 2025. They couldn't renew it again because of
The tax
tax
clearance.
clearance.
I think I'd like to gather all of these together and then think about.
No, if you want to continue this till next week, also, I don't have a problem with that, because you have a common denominator as to whether it's been done before.
Right.
But this one is not gonna have any type of
It's a,
interaction with DOE tax. This one is kind of, it's different in that he didn't get the tax clearance certificate till this year.
So I guess I'm gonna make the same motion then to,
Just one question before you do.
Go ahead.
The question is, why wasn't it continued to be put in safekeeping?
Because he didn't get the tax clearance, because you can't put it in safekeeping if you don't have the tax clearance.
Thank you.
yeah.
Although I would argue that's a rule requirement that someone could come before you and just request permission to leave it in safekeeping while you resolve certain issues. Because typically what's coming before you is to renew while in safekeeping, as opposed to, may I have permission to leave the license in safekeeping while I work on some other compliance issue, just, put that on the record.
Got it. All right. And theoretically, that should have been known and it should have been either renewed or not. Right? So it is the same situation as the one prior, basically.
A little bit different because this guy wasn't operating.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just for agenda item number 22, request number 227-00442. My motion is going to be to continue this request with all pertinent information in regards to tax credits or anything else to get the license and anything else.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to continue request number 27-00442 until August 27. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I ask vote aye. The request is continued to next week.
Yes, and if I can ask that 24 be taken next rather than 23, because 24 has the same issue.
Okay, let's go do that. Calling out of order, agenda item number 24, request number 27-00444, PC Cocktail Inc.
Again, good afternoon, Chair, members of the commission, Keith Kiuchi for the applicant. In this case, PC Cocktail was placed on the July 31st, 2025 agenda to renew their license while in safekeeping. That was granted, but the license was never renewed because the tax clearance wasn't obtained.
Okay, so the tax clearance wasn't obtained, but you were approved to keep it in safekeeping, right? Because
Right.
you were waiting for the tax clearance.
Right.
So you came to us for that meeting for that year, but you never actually approved it. But you were here saying that we were going to do it in safekeeping, but we couldn't
Right.
because of the tax credit.
Right.
Okay. But now you have the tax credit clearance for this year.
Yes.
Okay.
So these are all different baby steps at the same thing.
Yeah, they're
Same concept, yeah,
they're
it's a little
different
bit
steps, but what makes this similar to Genroku is that they also have not operated.
Mhm.
But what's also different from the others is that in this case, the landlord is the licensee. So it's a little bit different situation. And if you can't tell, all of these came to me like basically all one time right after July 1.
Okay.
I think I'd prefer to just, let's do this all next week. We'll think about this whole kind of
Yeah.
base concept and then we'll.
And
then we'll
no, and I
put
understand
it
there's
all together.
probably there's really kind of got to be a bright line.
Yes.
I mean, that's I think the
Our hesitation.
yeah, and I can see that. And they're very, but like you said, they're all very different situations.
Okay, so maybe as homework, right? You have three different kind of situations that move the line all over the place, right? So you can kind of lay them all out together along with kind of the precedents that may have happened in the past. So then we can evaluate them all together and then we can help to make a coherent policy out of this. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Motion, my motion is going to be for agenda item number 24, request number 27-00444 to continue this matter to the August 27th, 2026 meeting.
Second motion.
It's been moved and seconded to continue request number 27-00444 to August 27. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The request please continue. Okay, thank you.
23.
23, on the agenda item number 23, request number 27-00443, Hooked Pan Roast LLC.
Again, good afternoon, Chair, members of the commission. This is actually agendaed incorrectly. It's not to renew, it's for a tax clearance extension.
Okay, this is the simple one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, on this one, the bookkeeper for Cook Penrose came in, renewed the license, paid the fee. What she didn't do was get the tax clearance on time. So after the fact, she went to Dotax. Dotax says, you have everything except the 2024 tax return. Well, the difficulty is my clients didn't own it in 2020. So that's why we're asking for the extension.
And for the record, with respect to agenda item number 23, we amended the agenda for the 7th meeting, so 23 reads to request additional time to obtain tax clearance for Hook and Rose LLC DBA. So we corrected that on the amended agenda, which
Yeah.
maybe you didn't see.
Yeah, I didn't see. Thank you.
Okay, so
Yep, I'll make it. A motion is to approve request number 27-00443.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve request number 27-00443. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The request is approved.
Thank you.
1 out of 4. That's good. All right. Calling agenda item number 25, request number 27-00397, Allegrini Mozzarella.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commission members. Kenneth Thor appearing for the applicant. To my right is Pasquale Allegrini. I have given the spelling to the hearings reporter. I'm not as sophisticated as prior counsel. This is I hope, a simple case. We're operating under a special license for beer and wine. We just want to upgrade it up to a special general. We've been in operation since March this year, no problems. But we do have one change to make to the supplemental investigative report. It says that the operation hours are 11 a.m. to 11:59. We changed that to 11 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Okay.
That's
Okay. All right,
Any questions?
I have no questions.
We hold for just 1 second. I just want to check one thing, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, for the record, according to our rule, a special beer and wine per day is $60. Special general is 90. So with respect to the additional fees, I just need something on the record that they'll provide the
we will pay the additional.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
That's it.
All right.
Motion to approve request number 27-00397.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve request number 27-00397 with the difference of $30 per day for the upgraded license. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The request is approved.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. All right, communication hearings. Calling agenda item number 28.
26.
26,
Well,
sorry, thank you.
Just because 26 and 27 for sure are contested, typically, you're treating number 28 as uncontested. And if that is still the case, and then we could,
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, we can do that.
so that's Davies Evolution.
Calling out of order. Davies.
Oh, really?
Evolution.
What number are you then?
26.
Wait, hold on, wait, before we move on, wait, hold on, everyone. Mr. Amagon, can you make your, state your, appearance for the record?
Listen. Good afternoon, Chairman Hong, Commissioners, Roman Amagon, Deputy Corporation Counsel for the city. Last name is spelled Amaguin.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Amagon,
Okay.
so we
This
have,
has a different number.
we have adjudications, agenda item number 26, LCV 2024-0092.
Yes,
Is that going to be a contested case?
I don't believe it is.
Okay, so why don't we call agenda item 26 first. We'll just go through the order, only because if they're not contested, we'll go through the process. And that way we're not out of order, we're very order.
Mr. Kichi making all kind of problems.
Okay, so we'll call agenda item number 26, 850 Leeward Bowl LCV 2024-0092.
Again, good afternoon, Chair, members of the commission, Keith Yuchi for the licensee waive reading of the charge and or plea of no contest.
Motion to accept the plea.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the plea of no contest. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The plea is accepted.
Mr. Amagon, can you please give me a recommendation for agenda item number 26?
Yes, Commissioner, this is a first violation of Rule 3-82-38.8 with a recommended fine of $250.
Mr. Kyuchi, explanation.
Originally, my client wanted to contest it because the list was submitted, and I think the question is when it was submitted.
Yeah.
But it was submitted.
Okay. So it was more about because when it was submitted, they wanted to contest it.
Yeah, because I think there was an issue of when it was submitted to the commission.
Okay. Okay. So also gonna say, right, when you look at it, it was continued for a whole year over this item of like this, right? So I mean, it's kind of difficult in a sense, but obviously, right? It's like, okay. But it is gonna be a situation because it is a thing, we need the list, even though she's saying she doesn't sure when it was.
No, I get it, but this is Leeward Bowl has had this license for at least 20 years and they've never had an issue, as you can see, first violation.
Okay.
So.
All right. Okay, but I'm also going to say they could have said that on April 3rd, 2025.
Well, he wanted to contest it for the very reason I said.
I
And
get
then
it.
And then it just got continued once because of that.
Okay.
And basically the rest of the times were because of what the agenda was, what it was.
All right. All right. Okay. So this is going to be my motion. My motion is I'm going to approve a recommended fine of $250, but I am going to suspend collection of that $250 contingent upon if this licensee has another violation where their list is not turned in on time, that $250 will become collectible in addition to any other fine that would be assessed for that violation.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to assess a fine of $250 with suspension of collection for 1 year. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The fine is assessed.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Calling agenda item number 27. Are we gonna ask if that's contested? Or are we gonna?
Yeah.
27 is contested.
Oh, okay, sorry, then we're gonna go to 28. Oh, sorry, we're going to. 20.
Oh,
We're
right.
gonna-
Oh, sorry. I thought you guys said, oh, my
No,
bad,
no,
my
we
bad.
were, but that's just.
He's very excited.
It's a high dance day today. Calling agenda item number 28, LCV 20250117. Mali Mila Maka LLC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Devin Nicole representing Mali Milamaka. To my right is Mr. Davey Malathong, Malaythong. He's the owner operator of Davies Evolution. And we waive reading of charges.
Do you enter a plea?
No contest.
Motion to accept the plea.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept a plea of no contest. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I have also voted aye. The plea is accepted.
Mr. Magan, your recommendation for agenda item number 28.
Yes, Commissioner, this is a first violation of Rule 3-84-78.03B with a recommended fine of $500.
Any explanation? Mr. Nicole?
I can explain. I just do no contest. I'm still on I think I'm on my 7th special now. We've been open for over a year, just over a year. So I'm at the mercy of the commission. to, you know, I just want to comply to move forward and I don't want any problems. I am doing some prejudice, I am no contest, but with prejudice because I feel like she's harassing me. She's applied to my website, Lynn Jenkins, she's gave us bad reviews. She lives 3 buildings over away from us. The people that live the closest to us, those complain. I have all the neighbors have my phone number. I'm the owner, operator, a small place, you know, it's not very big. We're not blasting music outside. It's industry people, bartenders, waitresses getting after work. She has called me before 10 o'clock and asked to turn down music, and I said, okay, fine. I go, hey, I have my right to be as loud as I can be before 10, I guess, or whatever, the decimal meters. And then I said, hey, 8 o'clock is done. Like you're grumbling, so I shut it down. You know, like whatever is going on right there. So, if this happens again, I just want you guys to understand, like this is one person that's targeting me.
Also, Vice Chair, he did take your advice.
And
He
yeah.
did make that log.
I have I have all the logs.
This actually, the violation actually occurred before we came to this meeting. So, since that time, he's created this log. The woman has actually called numerous times, making complaints, and
Okay.
he actually has,
We have some.
after hours, he has a sound monitor that sits outside. So if it
Okay.
gets above a certain point, he stops. They've installed an awning to kill some of the noise
Okay.
if that happens. So he's done a lot of things. He actually has a lot more things in mind. But the landowner won't actually allow him to do that because he doesn't technically have a full license yet. And so while we're awaiting this, it just keeps continuing with the special licenses and special licenses. So he's feeling a little frustrated, which I understand.
Yeah, sorry. I just.
Okay, my question is, so you're keeping a log. How many times has she called in your log so far?
6.
Okay, and is she the only one in your?
Yes.
Log? Okay.
Okay. Mr. Amagon, can you, it says the violation took place on December 4th, 2025. Can you read out for me like what time this happened? And if anybody, what was the meter reading, or if we had someone? Because that's what it says, violation occurred on or about December 4th, 2025.
You know, unfortunately, Commissioner, I did not realize it was on the agenda.
Okay,
I had the charge, but I don't have the additional documents.
Okay.
to tell you that.
Okay. Hold on. I have the folder, I might be able to pull that. But I'll need a little bit of time.
we just want to understand when things took place, when they happened, right? Because obviously there are some, we do have our own concerns about the public, but obviously, right, if it's one person, then maybe they have their own issues or concerns as well, right? So we
I
just wanna see-
invited her down. She has my phone number. You know, I think.
He's used it a lot.
Yeah. You know, like I'm not answering her phone calls. I'm not trying to, I'm doing my best to work with the neighborhood and the community around my area because it's, you know, we're
Every time she's complained, how was the noise levels?
minimal.
I mean, when you say minimal, is
8
it like
o'clock,
that?
8 o'clock, she called me,
Say
8
like the
o'clock,
whole
7
week?
o'clock.
I mean, the sound level is like that the whole week, and only that one time she calls at 8 o'clock?
Not that one time. She likes to film from her lanai on the balcony. And she's even called me and I was like, hey, she's like, oh, I guess I can just close my window and I could be fine. And I was like, her sliding lanai door. And I was like, you know, I have my right to run a business, right? Like it's a family owned business. And I was like, you're gonna destroy my livelihood over your comfort of not being able to hear or people's voices. I'm not doing music out there. I'm not doing DJs. There's nothing out there. It's just people talking.
Okay.
It's bartenders,
Okay.
waitresses after work. There's
do we have any information?
Yeah, according to the investigative report, on Wednesday, December 3rd, investigators, Lucy Dorado and Thomas Dobbin were were assigned to investigate complaints against the licensee who's reported to be a dispenser licensee. All 3 complaints reference loud noises and yelling caused by patrons on the patio deck at all hours of the evening and beyond 200 hours. And on that particular day, I guess based upon observations by both investigators, Dorado and Dobbin, at approximately 1:55 hours from the patio deck, confirmed loud chattering and yelling noises heard from Kapolei Street as patrons exited the premises.
Okay, so it sounds like there's some issues maybe going on later in the evening, like 1, 2 in the morning, in regards to when people are leaving. It sounds maybe off of this situation,
Yeah.
and not so much
That music, yeah.
the music or the stuff of that nature, okay? So I understand, we're trying to work with this individual, so. Okay, so this is gonna be this is how I'm going to approach the situation, okay? So I'm going to approve the recommended fine of $500, but I am going to suspend the collection of the $500, okay? But it's gonna be only suspended as long as another violation for noise, whether it's music, whether it's these people leaving, we're gonna have to learn how to take care of those people to get them out and keep them quiet or any of that nature. Doesn't happen again. If it does happen again and you're found in violation of that $500 will become collectible. Also will become collectible whatever other fine is assessed for that. This gives you an opportunity to use your log since we didn't have it prior. And to also now we know it's not really the music, maybe work on individuals that are being rowdy when they leave your establishment at night, because it could be someone else calling about that. Might not be that lady, she might be asleep already. So that's the two things. So that's going to be my motion.
Second
the motion.
I was just gonna caution, so that would be considered a second offense at that point, which is double the fine.
Yeah,
And that was in December, yeah, so.
yeah.
I mean, we put soundproof curtains, we have the awning, we have decimal meter with a camera on it, and then we, like, your suggestion was like vlog, so.
Yeah.
So.
But I
The
think-
last time she called it was
But
maybe.
do keep in mind, and we appreciate what you're doing, but do keep in mind, it was an observation from our investigators on noise. Right, and so. What Commissioner Hollinger is basically suggesting is pay attention to when you close it. The noise level of the people.
Right.
As they leave your establishment.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Because-
I'm here to comply.
Yeah,
I'm not
no, no.
here to argue.
And we just wanna help
And we're not here.
But when did it come, like, when, like, I get harassed, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
well, I
it's
think,
like-
so what I look at, right, is. What I looked at is I wanted to understand what it was, right? If
Yeah.
they came at like 7 or 8 o'clock at night, right? And it was your music, might have been a different view of me, of that, right?
Right.
Now, because I know it's not that, and they came at 2 in the morning and your people are leaving. I'm looking at it as maybe it was partially her, but maybe it was also partially other people, and our investigators saw these things. So I'm giving a break in the sense, or in my view, a break of, hey, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But it could be her, but it could be other things.
Yeah.
Now you got a log, you're doing all these things. Let's keep those things going because this happened in 2025. You haven't had anything so far. You know what I mean? That's why I'm looking at it that way. But I also have to give our investigators the chance that, hey, they did go and see this, they did find that. That's why it was worded the way it was worded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, so it's been moved and seconded to assess a fine of $500 that will be suspended for 1 year. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The penalty is assessed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Returning to agenda item number 27. LCV 20250030, Junyo Corporation, Cafe Kunam. All right, now you're back. Okay, so.
So this is for a contested case, correct? Are both parties ready to do their contested case?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Okay. Where is my, hold on 1 second. Right, got it. Okay. So first, have you identified yourself for the record?
Not yet.
Go ahead.
Good. Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Richard Johnson, operating manager for Cafe Gangnam, spelled out RICHARD, JOHNSON.
Okay. Mr. Amagon. Please,
Good
your
afternoon.
record, yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Roman Amaguen, Deputy Corporation Counsel for the city, adjudicating the case.
Okay. So, Mr. Amagon, do you have any witnesses to be called during this case?
Yes, I have two witnesses. My first witness is Glenn Nishigata. My second witness is Mr. Tom Fung.
Yeah, so the process we'll be doing is, what was your last name again? Sorry.
Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, we'll be going through the witnesses for the, state for the city first, and then we'll have, if you have witnesses, you'll be offered the opportunity to call your witnesses. Once the witnesses testify, you'll be able to ask them questions. Same back and forth. Okay?
Read the charge.
Yeah, when we get to that. Mr. Amagon, can you please read the charge?
Yes. Licensee made physical alterations within its licenses premises, to wit, altering the sizes of the karaoke rooms, changing the men's restroom into a storage room, and reducing the size of the women's restroom and making it into an employee restroom without approval of the commission, prior written approval of the commission.
And so just to confirm, your plea, your plea is to deny the charge for a contested case. Okay. So Mr. Amagon, you can call your first witness.
We called Mr. Glenn Nishigata. Oh, where is? Outside.
Sorry. Oh, wait, hold on, before you call your witness. Sorry, hold on. I'm reading through these things and it's not happening very quickly. So you have two witnesses. Mr. Johnson, how many witnesses do you have?
Zero.
Zero, okay. Both parties will have the opportunity to make an opening statement.
Sure.
So, with the city going first, so Mr. Amagon, you'll be first, go ahead.
We'll waive opening.
Yeah. Then it would, okay, wait, both parties will have an opportunity to make an opening statement with the city going first.
Mr. Johnson now.
Huh?
Yeah, then Mr. Johnson.
Then Mr. Johnson, you'll have the opportunity to provide an opening statement as well. If you'd like,
We just waive that.
okay? So then we will move forward to the opportunity, the city will have the opportunity to present the evidence in support of the case, followed by the licensee. During either presentation, the commissioners will have the opportunity to ask questions. Both parties will have opportunities to cross-examine witnesses and also to present rebuttal evidence with the city going first. So then we will move forward with the city be allowed to present their evidence and then their witnesses.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Glenn Nishigata will be our first witness.
Okay? Sorry. Haven't done a contested case in a while.
I'm so sorry. No, I mean,
Oh, you're good. It's just we gotta get through the process. We're just gotta get through the process the right way.
Did Tom leave the room also?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, Tom left.
yeah. Okay, let me go ahead and swear you in. You swear that the testimony you give at today's hearing will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nishigata. Could you please state your name for the record?
First name is Glenn, Glen, last name is Nishigata, Nishigata.
Who is your employer?
Honolulu Liquor Commission, City County of Honolulu,
Your position?
supervising liquor control investigator for the enforcement section,
And how many years have you been in that position?
10 years and 3 months.
What are your major responsibilities?
Overseeing the enforcement section to ensure inspections are done correctly and efficiently, and also to review licensing reports that come from licensing on possible violations.
Are you familiar with the Liquor Commission rules?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the rule concerning architectural requirements and alteration of premises?
yes.
And generally speaking, what does that rule say?
For restaurants, dispensers and so forth, other than retail, they have to get commission approval prior to doing the alteration.
Are you familiar with the licensee in this case, Gion Corp?
Captain Gunman?
Yes.
Yes,
Do you know who the principal of Gion Corp is?
not really, no.
Okay. Did you review an investigative report in connection with this case?
Yes, I did.
I'm gonna hand you what we have, the city date stamp number 2/16. And if you could just look it over quickly and let me know if you recognize this document.
Yep, this is investigator Warren Pulley's report based off the licensing report from investigator Fong.
Okay, and looking at the bottom of the page, there are two signatures at the very bottom. Whose signature is that?
That's mine.
Okay, did you review this report?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to date stamp number 04. What are you looking at?
This is the notice of violation citation issued by Warren Pulley.
Okay, and at the bottom of the page, do you see the name handwritten there?
Yes, it's at Jacqueline Park.
Okay, does that refresh your memory as to who the principal is of Cafe Gunman?
No, it's just a name to me. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know every licensee or every
Okay,
employee or.
Okay.
So,
and so this violation was issued on what date?
it was issued on February 6th, 2025, but the actual violation, which was observed by investigator Fung, was November 13th, 2024.
Okay, and what was the alleged violation?
I believe it was for the architectural alterations to our licensed premises prior to getting commission approval.
Okay, does the Liquor Commission have jurisdiction over the licensee in this case?
Yes,
Did the license, or does the licensee, and did the licensee at that time conduct business in the city and county of Honolulu?
yes.
Did your investigation occur in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes.
Do you know the reason why this notice of violation, which is dated 2/6/25, states a violation date of 11/13/2024?
Excuse me, repeat that?
So on the notice of violation, document 004.
Okay.
The date that the investigator, and by the way, who was the investigator in this case?
Investigator who issued the citation was Warren Pulley.
And who is or was Warren Pulley to you at that time?
He was a liquor control investigator on the enforcement section.
Okay, are part of his responsibilities to do these kinds of investigation
Yes,
and to issue violations?
yes.
So above his signature, it states date of or time, date, day of violation, November 13th, 2024. Do you see that?
Correct.
The bottom of the page shows that he had issued the violation on 2/6/25. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what is the significance, if you know, of the date November 13th, 2020?
That's the date investigator Fung observed the violations at the premises.
Okay,
Or the alterations.
right. Okay, so as part of your review of this investigative report, did you also review his audit report?
I did, but
Okay,
I don't briefly remember what it said.
okay, so let's take a look at date stamp number 009 to 0010.
Okay.
As part of your review of this investigative report, did you also look at this licensing investigative report?
Yes, I did.
Do you know why, in this case, licensing was involved in helping with the investigation?
Actually licensing, I'm not too sure why they went to the premises, but they created this report based off some kind of inspection they did. And they found violations and they forwarded it to enforcement.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with Mr. Fong about what he had found during his visit?
I believe there were changes to the premises.
some karaoke rooms were made smaller or some were enlarged. The men's bathroom is now a storage room. Women's bathroom is now smaller and now an employee bathroom.
Okay, so if you look at the second page of that report. Of his report, which is 0010, and again, you did review it as part of your overall review.
Correct.
It says on November 13th, 2024, I conducted a preliminary inspection. So is that what you were referring to when you said that the significance of the date, November 13th, is when he did the inspection?
Correct.
And in the middle of the page, he talks about 3 changes. Karaoke rooms were made smaller and some were enlarged. Men's bathroom is now a storage room and women's bathroom is now smaller and now an employee bathroom. Are those the changes that you were referring to when you said that prior approval of the Liquor Commission was not given prior to these changes?
Correct.
Going down to the bottom of the page, filing requirements have not been met. Did you talk with Mr. Fung about these filing requirements that he was referring to?
No, I didn't ask him about that, so
Okay.
you might have to ask him.
Okay. So based on his report and then Warren Pooley's report, did you, after reviewing those documents, did you feel that any changes were necessary to the reports?
No.
Did you believe that the investigative report by both Mr. Fung and Mr. Pooley were complete and satisfactory?
Yes,
Did you find any deficiencies in the reports?
not that I can see them.
And again, just to clarify, the reason for the notice of violation issued by Mr. Pooley was for what?
Alterations prior to commission approval.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, so the way the process will work, the commissioners will be offered the ability to ask questions of the witness. After that is done, you'll have the ability, Mr. Johnson, to ask questions or cross-examination of the witness. City will have the chance to rebuttal those, as then we'll do, if Mr. Armstrong says he has one more witness, we'll do the same process for the second witness. Commissioners, is there any questions for the witness?
I have no questions.
No.
I have no questions either. Mr. Johnson, do you have any cross-examination questions for this witness?
Sorry, when is the date of the investigative report? When was that dated for?
Which report?
The first one for the violation, or like when the violation first got audited?
When the licensing investigator went there?
Yeah, what date? Do you have the date on that?
According to the licensing investigator's report, I believe it was. The report was dated December 10th. The inspection that he did was November 13th. 2024.
But for that violation to be found in the first place, we initially got audited, correct?
I'm not too sure. I'm not the investigator who went there.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Amagon, you have an ability to rebuttal if you had any.
I have no further questions.
Okay, so you would like to call your second witness?
Yes, Mr. Fung. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you give today is, will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Tan Fung, THANH, last name is Fung, PHUNG.
Who are you employed by?
The Honolulu Liquor Commission,
How many years have you been employed there?
coming up on 19 years in October. But the last 10 years I've been in licensing section.
In your position and in the licensing department, what are some of your major responsibilities?
So in licensing, we're conducting investigations on new licenses, transfer applications, self transfers, requests such as alterations or new officers and or members to LLCs.
In your position, have you become familiar with, at least generally, the Liquor Commission rules?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the rule concerning architectural requirements, alteration of licensed premises?
yes.
And generally speaking, what does that rule state?
So basically any alterations that are made needs to be reported, or I'm sorry, take that back. Any alterations that are made by other than retail need to be approved prior to by the commission before any alteration is to be made.
Other than you said retail?
Retail, they can just make their alterations and then give us the update to the floor plans.
So in this case, are you familiar with the current licensee, G-Own Corp?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the principal of G-Own Corp?
I believe it is Miss Park.
How did you become familiar with G-Own Corp and Miss Park?
So for this one, I was doing an investigation on a transfer application between Jenny Kim Corp and Young, sorry if I pronounced it wrong, Corporation. So during that transfer application, I had to conduct a preliminary inspection of the premises. And within that inspection, I found the alterations were made. And with that, what I used for that was what we have on file, which is the floor plan that's already approved. When I went over there, made checks, and it was different from what was already approved. The layout was way different.
Okay. Let me stop you there. Is G-Own Corp a retail establishment?
No, it is not.
So what is required of G-Own Corp if they are making or if they are making alterations to their premises?
So alterations would have to be prior approved from the commission. They would have to put in a request to make alterations. Commission would approve it, and then they would go ahead and make the alterations.
And you mentioned that you got involved because there was a transfer application, and so you went out and did an inspection of the premises, is that correct?
Yes,
Is that general procedure for your department?
yes.
Did you eventually author a report dated December 10th, 2024?
Could you be more specific on what?
Did you do an investigative report on G-Own Corp around December 10th, 2024?
Well, G-Own Corp, I'm sorry, would have been the transfer application.
Right.
But if we're talking about the alteration, it would have to been requested by the current licensee, which was Jenny Kim Corporation at that time.
Okay, so let me just get you the report itself. Go to, these are the documents. If you can go to date stamp number 0009 and 00010. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the alteration request from Jenny Kim Corporation.
Okay. And so when you say from Jenny Kim Corp, you're saying that Jenny Kim Corp submitted submitted what to your department or to the Liquor Commission?
So so Jenny Kim Corporation had to put in a request to make alteration, basically catching up, so that we would have the correct files for floor plans. Once that was approved, I could use that floor plan for the transfer application, which was not in limbo, but just waiting. Yeah.
Okay, so as of the date of this report, December 10th, 2024, the licensee, if I understand your testimony correctly, the licensee was Jenny Kim Corporation.
Correct.
Now, do you have any knowledge as to who actually owned Cafe Gangnam at that time?
Since the transfer did not go through yet, it should have been Jenny Kim Corporation.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yes.
You know that for a fact?
Yes, because the transfer wasn't approved by.
No, but I'm talking about ownership. Who owned the company at the time?
I believe it was Jenny Corporation.
Okay. So looking at bottom page, reason for alteration request. It says addition of storage room. What does that mean exactly?
It's what the authorization and or the requester put down. Additional storage room.
Okay, so you're stating then that Jenny Kim had asked for permission to add a storage room, is that correct?
That would be correct.
That's your report, right? So you
Yes,
know.
yes.
Yeah. Going on to the next page, 00100. Redefine licensed premises. You state here that you did a preliminary inspection on November 13th, 2024. What did your inspection consist of?
Checking the entire premises, making measurements, of various rooms. Yeah, and the bar, bathrooms, kitchen area.
Okay, near the middle of the page, you say, in addition to changes that were made, besides what was requested, the following alterations were also made. And you list three things. What do you mean by that sentence?
So besides what was requested was more storage room. I found that karaoke rooms were enlarged and some were made smaller. The men's bathroom, as it states in the report, was turned into a storage room. Women's bathroom was a little bit smaller. So exactly what I found there.
Okay, at the bottom before your signature it says filing requirements have not been met. What do you mean by that?
That means the changes were made prior to the request for alteration.
Okay, so I want to refer your attention to 0011, it's Exhibit A. You see that?
Yes.
It appears to be a floor plan for the premises. Did you attach this to your report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what is the significance of Exhibit A?
So this would be the floor plans that's approved by the commission that's on file.
Okay, go to the next page, 0012. That's Exhibit B.
Yes.
What is the significance of Exhibit B?
So with this one, it's basically the same as Exhibit A, except with the highlights where I noted the changes were.
Okay, so for example, you highlight, you're looking at the horizontally, the plan on the upper right hand shows what appears to be a men's bathroom, is that correct?
Correct.
So what are you stating in terms of Exhibit B and this highlight?
So the highlight would remind me when I come back to the office to note what areas were worked on. And then I would bounce that off of the floor plan that was submitted for the transfer.
And again, which floor plan was submitted for the transfer?
That would be Exhibit C, new plans.
Okay, so we're referring then to document Bates number 0013, correct?
Correct.
So if you look at this floor plan horizontally, on the upper right-hand corner, does not say men's, it says storage, I believe.
Correct.
So what is the significance of Exhibit C having that room marked storage versus Exhibit B, which is marked men?
But it shows that there were changes to the premise in that area also.
Okay, so looking at the upper right-hand corner of that plan, looking at horizontally, it says received by Liquor Commission November 20th, 2024. Is this the first time that you had seen the plan around that date?
I believe so. This might have been where they had to resubmit plans to match for the alteration. So alterations, they would submit current plans and proposed changes to plans, which would be Exhibit C.
Okay, so is your testimony then that when you did the inspection, the storage room was already there?
Correct.
And if you look at your report, number 10, there are three things listed, 1, 2, 3. What is your testimony regarding these 3 items that are on your report, page stamp 0010?
Those are other changes that I found besides what was requested by the current licensee, which would have been the storage.
And to your knowledge, did the licensee submit a request to make those changes prior to the changes being made?
To my knowledge, no.
What did you do with the information and the report that you authored on December 10th, 2024? After you completed, what did you do?
This one, I sent it up to my supervisor for approval,
Who's your supervisor?
Daniel Sato.
Okay, and what did Daniel Salter do?
He's the supervising investigator.
What did
For
he say when you submitted your report?
There's no communications unless I need to make changes.
To your knowledge, what did Daniel Salter do with your report?
He would have had to pass it along forward to the administrator for signing off.
Okay. And did you ever have a chance to review during the course of your work that enforcement section's investigative report, which is 0002? Well, let me say 0002 to 0004. Did you have a chance to review that part?
Not yet.
I mean, during the course of your work? Is this-
No, because licensing does not get to look at any violation reports.
Okay,
Because that's all on the enforcement side.
okay, but you do understand a notice of violation was issued?
Not until it was brought up to me,
And when was that?
maybe 2 weeks ago when we met.
Okay. And during the course of your work on this case, did you have a chance to review the purchase agreement between Jenny Kim and Jin Yun?
I believe so.
So as parted in connection with this case, you had previously looked at the report. Did you, do you during the course of your work ever have a chance to review these kinds of purchase agreements? Is that part of your job?
It is when we do the process investigation into liquor license transfers and or stock transfers, yes.
Okay, so that's a regular part of your job. It's not unusual for you to look at them.
Correct.
And so I wanted you to look at 0017 to 0024. You see it?
Yes.
Okay. To your recollection, is this the purchase agreement that you had reviewed during the course of your work?
I would have to say yes if this was in the files. Yeah.
Okay, do you have a specific recollection of reviewing this as part of your job in connection with this investigation?
I probably glanced through it, yes.
Okay.
Because we've had so many cases I could.
Right. And what is the purpose of glancing at it?
To see if the transfer had occurred prior to approval or not.
Okay, and if the transfer had, or if the purchase had been done prior to the transfer, is that acceptable or not acceptable to you?
That would be something I would bring up to my supervisor, and that would be a requirement not met had the purchase order. That would mean the transfer had been completed prior to approval, if the purchase is already made.
Okay, and would the purchase have to be made prior to the transfer of a license?
No, because they would have to wait for approval from the commission.
Okay, but you would look at this to determine whether it was or not, right?
Right.
Okay, so let's look at this. And you recall looking at this or at least glancing at it, right?
Right.
Okay, so 0017 at the top, this is a purchase agreement. And the date is March 4th, 2024, correct? At the top.
Yes, sorry.
And who's the buyer?
The buyer is Jacqueline Park,
Okay, and the seller?
Jenny Kim Corporation or Company.
Okay, and the current licensee is who?
According to this date.
No, who is the current licensee
Licensee
today?
is Jacqueline Park or June
Jin-Yun.
Corporation.
So take a look at 0023. Near the middle of the page, the buyer. Who is the buyer?
This is Jacqueline Park,
And the date of the agreement is?
March 8th, 2024.
And when did you do your inspection?
That was November 13th, 2024.
Okay, so some like 8 months prior, correct? They had entered into a purchase agreement. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I want you to look at number 190019. You see that?
Yes.
Number 6 near the bottom of the page says closing. And it says within 90 days after offer acceptance upon mutual agreement, both parties will deposit with escrow funds and documents necessary to complete the sales. You see that?
Correct.
So from March 8th, 90 days after that, what's the approximate date that this closing would have occurred?
By June 8th.
Okay. And so you see here in that same paragraph, both parties will deposit with an authorized escrow holder. Do you know the purpose of an escrow in your line of work?
It's the purchase of the business.
Okay. So take a look at document date stamp number 0020 at the top. Says physical possession. Right?
Right.
So did you read that sentence?
Yeah.
So according to this agreement, and you state that you had already reviewed it during the course of your investigation. According to this contract, when would G-Own Corp and Miss Park have taken possession approximately of the business?
I would say this clause of 90 days, approximately June.
Okay. So I want to direct your attention to the bottom of 0020, access to premises. I want you to read that sentence to yourself. As part of your job, since you review these contracts, what does this paragraph mean to you as you read it?
Seller pretty much seller has already went through and looked at the place.
Okay. And finally, the last page I want you to look at is 0020. Number 23, indemnification. You see that?
0222.
Date stamp 0023.
23.
Yes. Indemnification.
Sorry, 2-3?
Yes. 23 indemnification, which is on 0022. Sorry.
2-2.
Want you to read that paragraph to yourself. Okay, so as you review contracts and these types of agreements as part of your job, what does this sentence or section mean to you?
Means seller agrees to sorry, buyer agrees that seller will be kind of off the hook for anything, any debts or any claims against the buyer.
Okay, so when you did your inspection in November, on November 13th, 2024, who greeted you at the business?
I believe it was Miss Park and her boyfriend
Okay,
or husband, I don't know.
and who would that be?
I forget the gentleman's name.
Okay, so they greeted you, they took you around. Did it appear to you that Jiyun Corp had physical possession?
I believe so.
Okay, and you had said that according to this contract, the purchase of the business had already taken place, right? You said somewhere around June, according to your reading of the contract?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
So commissioners may ask questions of the witness if they have it.
Mr. Top. So based on the testimony, the persons who greeted you were assumed to be the legitimate owners of the premise?
I believe so, but I'm not sure, but I believe they were operating on a temporary license. So they would have the keys and everything to run the place during the transfer period. But I would have to double check on that. That would be the reason that they would be there to also to greet me.
And based on the indemnification clause, that the new owners could not hold the seller liable or for any damages or changes or anything else that occurred because they may affected the purchase, is that correct?
I would guess so. I'm not.
Well, I was just reading off the indemnification and agreement. Yeah.
I mean, they both signed off on it, so
Yeah.
it must have been an agreement of some sort.
And that was prior, the purchase was prior to your investigation or inspection.
Correct, or at least the concept state shows that.
Okay, thank you.
Is it your understanding that irrelevant to who actually owns the property, the license, any changes to the property has to be registered with the Liquor Commission for the license, and it's either prior to ownership or after ownership, prior to the transfer application or after the any changes to the premises, those are the things that need to be registered with the Liquor Commission, independent of the ownership of the building. Is that your understanding, or is that a little too nuanced?
So, so with any changes, the current licensee would have to request for that. Jenny Kim Corporation would not have been able to ask for the alterations because they weren't owners yet.
Okay.
So Mr. Tan, as part of your work as a licensing investigator, whenever you do any type of new license, transfer, stock transfer, any of those things, is it not on your folks' job to check whatever floor plan we have on file?
It is.
With the current floor plan of the business that's either being transferred, becoming a new business or a new license?
For transfers, we have to look at what we have on file to go off of. Yes.
Okay.
And
But if it's a new license, right, but it was an old location that we had some type of floor plan for, would you use that as well when you guys do your preliminary inspection or no?
No, we wouldn't, because if it's
Okay.
a new license, whatever is provided to us is what we would use.
Use, okay. Another question I would have is, okay, so I know you had stated that when you look at the documents for the purchase agreement and the dates, correct, that you had said it was possible that it would have taken effect in June, 90 days after the original March date, correct?
Right.
And so is that where Jenny Corp is selling to? Sorry, I don't have the documents in front of me. Jenny Corp selling to the people that currently have the license.
Right.
Okay. All right, and that would be a transfer technically, right?
Transfer of.
Okay. Go ahead.
I have another question. So if the original owner made modifications and alterations prior to the sale, and the sale was affected, whatever, and the seller took over as a licensee, and you were to do the inspection, and you found the alterations were not according to the original floor plan, the new owner, based on indemnification, is still responsible for it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so Mr. Johnson, you have an ability to cross-examine the witness if you have questions.
I just want to make sure if there's a transfer of license and the old owner puts in a request to change the floor plan before the transfer goes through, who is still liable then? Would it be the old owner, even though they put in a request before the license is transferred? If they put in a request and let's say the business gets sold and new owner is no longer, or new owner has no idea about like any of this floor plan stuff, who would technically still be responsible? Because the floor plan goes in, or the floor plan change went in before the actual purchase agreement finished, I'm pretty sure.
It would be the new owner responsibility too.
Another question.
Okay, so before I allow you, Mr. Amagon, to rebuttal, I have a question based off of your question. So my understanding is what you said, right? That the floor plan would be for the new owner. The question I have though is you did your investigation. You did your preliminary report, right? Or a secondary report of the investigation on what date? Based off the thing, I want to say he said November 13th of something, right? And so. Okay, so then off of that, what does the purchase date agreement on the purchasing documentation state as the date that they entertained or put into becoming purchased?
I believe it was 90 days after.
No, so the date on the top of the beginning, right? They started a purchase agreement.
Right.
There was a first date. I want to say it was March 24th or something,
March
right?
2024.
Yeah, so 90 days after that is, let's see, March, April, May, June 24th of something, right? Okay, a question for either party on that side. Does anybody know when Jenny Corporation put in the request to make the alteration to the storeroom? Because obviously, wait, that was what you went to go investigate, right? Was the original said that she requested to change something on her floor plan?
That was actually secondary to the transfer.
Right, so the transfer started, the both entities put in a transfer.
Right.
To transfer their license to these guys. You did a follow-up investigation off of the floor plan, for the floor plan. Because that would be what you'd have to do in a transfer.
Right.
She had originally asked to change something to a storeroom. But you also found other alterations that were done prior to the license actually changing hands.
Correct.
Correct? But all of this though happened based off all the information you have. More than 90 days after March 4th,
Everything was discovered after 9, yes.
after 90 days. Okay. That's all I wanted to make sure I had a correct understanding of. Any rebuttal questions?
I have no more questions, Commissioner.
Okay, so city, since you have no other witnesses, do you rest?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Licensee, you have the ability to call witnesses. You had stated you did not have any witnesses. Okay, so based on that.
You want to make a close, you don't want to make.
Oh, wait,
statement?
the
I
closing
kind of wanted to
arguments.
make like a statement, but I think I'm supposed to say it in the opening, but I just wasn't sure how to say it.
Okay, wait, so what I'll say is this, you can, if you want to be your own witness.
Yeah.
You can provide and say you want to be your own witness.
Sure.
But you would have a 3-minute timer.
Sure.
No, cannot, yeah,
No 3 minutes.
no,
No 3 minute.
no 3 minute, okay,
I
so if
would-
you wanted to be. Like, to make a statement as a witness, that's, I think, can be done.
I would swear you in though, if you're gonna testify as a witness.
Sure.
So, I mean, this is the thing, right? You're gonna either say you rest your case, both rest at this point. Both groups will have closing arguments. And then at that point, we will make a deliberation.
Sure.
So you can either use your statement at a closing argument. Or you could testify and provide it at that point. It's up to you.
But if you want us to consider it as evidence, you have to do it as.
As a
sworn
statement.
testimony,
Yeah,
sworn
I'll
testimony.
be over this.
Okay, so, well, go ahead. So
Okay.
she's gonna swear you in.
Yeah. Do you swear that the testimony you give at today's hearing would be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Am I allowed to use this mouse?
So you can tell him, you can say what items you want to look at and they can put it on the screen.
For the most part, could we just look at Exhibit C? The biggest thing I just wanted to, sorry, can we look at 2? And then so this was dated 4/11/24 as to when, like, this is before actual takeover date. And this was basically everything that's that was to be changed from the original floor plan. And after this got sent in, we were given nothing, no additional information from the lawyer. But it's everything that's on the floor plan that was supposed to be on the new one, and it's a request to change. The establishment came as is. We changed nothing, even to this date, floor plan wise, nothing has changed. And this is what was supposed to go in before the license came in, because we just wanted to do our due diligence on everything and make sure we had no trouble with the commission. So, and then we think everything's okay. November 13th comes, we have violation, but it's still under Jenny Kim Corporation. So we took license in July 1st. That is when we took a temporary license. And then official doesn't come until January 15th of 25. And of course, like I said, we were made aware of the charter of the violation on the 13th, and that's why on the 20th of November, it got immediately changed to the new floor plan it is now. The main thing we wanted to do was more or less, since the charge wasn't directly under us, like we had nothing, or like us as the new owners had nothing to basically do with it. We thought we did our due diligence. We were asking if, because my boss is very make sure everything clean slate, all that. She wanted to get the charge dropped because essentially we had nothing to do with it. And if we had any, like if we were made aware of any sort of problems, we would get it done in a very, very timely manner.
Just a comment, and that's what I was kind of stating before. The changes are carry with the license.
Yeah.
And then the ownership moves separate from the license.
Yeah, no, I would
It's a
agree with
very
that.
common thing that
Yeah.
happens, unfortunately, and very unfair, but
Yeah,
it happens quite a bit.
and the rest, yeah, I mean, that was about it. That was like the main point of the whole thing was it's obviously very known that we had nothing to do, and we just wanted to try clear our name the best way possible. And if we do have to pay a fine, we have no problem paying it. The old owner also agreed that if she has to pay it, she'll pay it. It's just more of the record part.
Yeah,
How
yeah,
nice
we
it is.
understand.
Yeah. So that was about it though.
Okay. Okay, so, hold on. So, do you rest on your testimony? Okay. So the city has the ability for a closing argument, you'll have an ability for a closing argument as well? Mr. Ramagon, closing arguments?
Oh, do I have an opportunity to cross?
Oh, yes, you do, my apologies. Mr. Ramagon, you have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness, sorry, my
Okay.
apologies.
I sympathize with what the business went through. The data that the document, I think was, 4/18. That was submitted, that was submitted by Jenny Kim. It was for changes, right?
Yeah,
Is that what that-
signed by Jenny, but I think listen, our attorney at the time sent it for us. As far as I'm
Okay.
concerned.
But officially, according to this document, it was Jenny Kim that asked for permission to make all. the-
Technically, yes.
And Ms. Park, oh, I'm sorry. What is your position with Genuine Corp?
Or my relation to it?
Yeah, your position.
Oh, manager.
You're the manager.
Yes.
Okay, so you're authorized to speak.
Yeah, I'm an authorized person to speak to this, yes.
And were you aware that Mr. Fong who just testified did the preliminary inspection on November 13th?
Yes.
Were you there?
I think so.
Okay, and Ms. Park was there? Okay.
This is the first time it came, correct?
Yeah, I
That
think the
specific
only
person?
time.
Yeah, no, we were both there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did he mention anything about changes that did not appear in the floor plans that he had? He had to look at.
I mean, he brought up our floor plan and then he mentioned, oh, you know, there's certain things that I see where it's obviously incorrect.
Okay.
But when he came in, we initially thought it was just for, you know, like a run through to make sure everything's okay. Wasn't necessarily like for the floor plan specifically, wasn't specified until like way later, but he didn't change anything.
And you said that this was technically from Jenny Kim Corporation, but your attorney at the time reviewed it.
Yeah.
And I assume it's a she.
Yeah.
The attorney had access to the premises, correct?
Yes.
And
I want to say solely like she didn't have a key, but like, you know, if she called us, we could come.
and she could inspect it at any time during.
Yeah, she just gives us a call. Yeah.
And do you know if at any time she compared the actual physical premises with the requested changes that she had reviewed?
No.
Okay. She didn't tell, I'm sorry,
No.
that's attorney client, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm
No.
not going there.
No, you're good.
And the purchase agreement, I think there's a gap there in terms of, even though the contract had 90 days after March 8th, which is when the contract was signed, is when the closing would happen. Do you know whether or not it occurred right around June?
The
closing.
like for like the actual purchase of the business.
Yeah.
That part I couldn't tell you. I'm not too sure.
And but around that time, physical possession was taken by Ms. Park and June.
Physical possession wasn't fully taken until the temporary license came on July 1st. So we did like virtually the old operator still made the money, still ordered, did all operations up until the 1st.
Okay.
Or until the 31st of June.
Okay,
Yeah.
the same business, same type of business.
Exact same thing.
And when you looked at did you review the purchase agreement before it was signed by Ms. Park?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know whether or not without invading attorney-client privilege communications, whether or not she had the attorney to review the document.
I couldn't tell you at the time, yeah.
But the fact that she had the proposed agreement, and it was proposed by Jenny Kim Corp., is that correct? Do you know? The contract itself.
As like my role as manager, for the most part, I do everything that's operational.
Okay, I see.
And for my partner, it would be anything that's related to like files, money, anything that's on her side. We
Okay.
kind of keep it split like that.
Did she ever mention to you, I'm talking about Ms. Park, that she reviewed the contract and was okay with it?
I'm for the most part, yeah.
And she didn't say that she disagreed with certain provisions and would want to change them, maybe get help from an attorney to change them.
I think that was like more of a conversation between her and her mother.
Okay. You had mentioned that the previous owner, Jenny Kim Corp., has agreed to take care of the fine.
Yeah. She's still coming around a lot at the time of the violation coming in. She just mentioned, she's like, I know it's my fault, so just let me know how much it is. So.
Okay.
But yeah.
I have no further questions.
And so before, I mean, I did offer the commissioners an opportunity to ask you questions on your testimony. So commissioners, if you have questions, please.
Yeah, so can we go back to the last screen, Doug? So, scroll down, no, yeah, right there. So, Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
On this document dated April 11th. I see where the description of renovations are sink toilets are uninstalled, kitchen door uninstalled, and so forth. So I'm going to assume, based on what I'm reading here, that the dimensions were already altered for the restroom and the storage and
before our
because it just
takeover?
yeah, before you guys took over.
Everything was done much before we came in.
Yeah.
To the picture.
So you guys were just either adding or just finishing up the enclosures with the doors?
No,
and
nothing. It was
toilets?
I think this request was simply to get it up to date to where it currently was where we were buying it. Because there was, like I said, 0 changes set from the moment we walked in and like even thought about buying the place. We touched nothing.
So they were attempting to update.
Yes, essentially.
Out of compliance.
Because if you looked at the original floor plan date, that one's done in like 2013. So it was like 10 years ago. And nothing since. Until ours.
I have no further questions.
Doug, before you close that, can you scroll down to 3 and 4?
So this is the original one.
Okay.
So the version like
Okay, so I see the numbers, right, where she's
Yeah.
changing things. Can you scroll down to number 4 now, please?
it's I think yeah.
So this just talks about kind of how it would add the door and
Yeah,
add
so this
specific
is how
spaces.
like this is all what everything is labeled down as. It,
Okay.
like labeling and like what was
Okay.
actually in place of it.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so based with that, we'll go to closing arguments. City, do you have a closing argument?
Yes, real briefly.
Good.
Yes, Chairman Hong, commissioners. This is a case where unfortunately, the new licensee and the owner of the business has to brought up a violation. There were some things that could have been done so that the owner could have avoided being penalized. Those things weren't done, but I still sympathize with the case. However, as Mr. Johnson testified, the company Geo Corp took over the business in July. Took physical possession. Prior to that, could have inspected the premises. It appears that that plan that had just come up showed changes that were being requested, but at some point in time, other changes were made during the course of this transition. I didn't see anything about changing the men's bathroom into a storage. And so at some point, and it appears this occurred, whether it occurred before Corp took physical possession or not, they had the actual document that was submitted to the Liquor Commission regarding changes that were done. And it's clear at some point, other changes were made without receiving permission from the Liquor Commission. There were some contract provisions that could have been looked at and revised by an attorney. That's part of the negotiation process. When a business is purchased, you give and take certain provisions, you ask for certain revisions. I have seen contracts myself that do not have the kind of burdensome provision that is in this contract that states the buyer fully indemnifies the seller of all liabilities once the purchase is done. Like I said, it's an unfortunate situation. However, certain preventative measures could have been done, most especially with the contract, so that they weren't burdened with the violation that was known or unknown. I'm not sure. But the contract speaks for itself. So we'd ask that the commission rule in the city's favor.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, you have an ability to provide a closing testimony.
With all the information provided today, I just want to reiterate that even with our lawyer and other, I guess, people to help us, we were made unaware of the whole thing regarding the floor plan. So when we did take the charge or get the violation, to say we were more than shocked is, you know, an understatement. So I just ask that the city at least compromise or kind of see our case in like a better light, to where us as GM Corporation will never do anything like that, and we will continue to always be on the right side of the Liquor Commission. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Do we have a deliberation? Yeah, I know, but I have a question. Do we have an ability to, I know the questions, we've asked questions, but I guess I have a question for you, Mr. Johnson, directly. When you guys were going through the license transfer process, was your attorney working with their attorney for the process to change? I mean, and I'm just trying to figure out, because obviously that process takes a long time.
Well, I think if I'm gonna be honest, and like I said, like anything logistical, I'm not really too
Right,
good
right,
at,
I get
but we might have had the same lawyer. Maybe.
Okay.
I'm not too sure, because as far as I know, the person that our lawyer was speaking to us in kind of a form where it kind of sounded like she was their lawyer too. So I'm not too entirely sure.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to know, because the process is very long.
Yeah.
And it's obviously everything is tied together to that.
Yeah.
Realistically. Okay. I have no other comments or questions. So the commission will now deliberate.
Okay, we're back from our deliberations.
All right, so we're gonna make a motion. And then Mr. Johnson, I'm gonna go through the process and explain some things to you, okay? So my motion is with respect to this matter, we're going to find the charges sustained. So I have so I'll need a second.
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 Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, the vote is that the charges are sustained.
No, hold on. Mr. Emagwan, what is your recommendation for this agenda item?
This is the first violation with a recommended fine of $500.
Okay, so Mr. Johnson. So what we look at, right, is that the way the laws are written is that we totally understand that you took over the business and that you didn't make any alterations, but those alterations and those violations go with the license.
Yeah.
So it moves along with it, okay? And so that's where we look at why we're looking at sustaining the charge, because it's there and it happened.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I do believe that we all feel for you and that, you know, that happened and whatever we determine to do, because that's a recommended fine. That will not impact you personally on your license because we know it happened, but it falls with the license.
God.
Okay.
The only time it would really affect you is if you make another change and you don't tell us.
Yeah.
Then that's your second
Oh,
violation,
okay.
right?
Right, so that's what that
not good.
becomes. Okay? So, based on that, my recommendation is going to be I recommend a fine of $250 because technically we need to know.
Yeah.
And to me, your group that was working with you, they should have figured all of that out prior to you having to be stuck with it, okay? But the hard part with that is it goes along with you now. Okay, so even if we were to do something less, that could be considered a second violation. So, but we want you to know that it's important that both sides should have worked that out.
For sure.
So my motion is going to be for to recommend a fine of $250.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to assess a fine of $250. Any nays or reservations? Seeing none, I also vote aye. The fine is assessed.
So that's all. And again, we want you to know that we're gonna look at every case individually.
Yeah.
And determine that separately, case by case on anything that happens. So it doesn't count anything worse towards your stuff.
We appreciate you coming here and trying to
Yes.
like set the record straight. And
But don't worry, we'll never get another. I can share.
Just one question to pose to you, Mr. Johnson.
I'm sorry?
Supposedly you had an attorney, was that Elisa Wu, is she an attorney or your agent?
She was the attorney.
She was, okay, and she was the one who brokered the deal between the two?
Nah, I'm not too sure, but I know she's been our attorney since the beginning, like our liquor attorney.
Agent or attorney?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, you
I
should get
refer
that.
to her as attorney.
I would find out because that's someone that should know whether or not things that we're talking about should have happened.
Wasn't it in that what's it called? The revision form?
So the revision form her name was listed on it,
Yeah.
but under Jenny's name, right, for
Yeah.
Jenny Corp. So we just want to make sure that so you don't have future things.
Mhm.
If you're gonna use someone, try to find an attorney maybe, because otherwise they're just a representative.
I'm pretty sure she's an attorney though.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, because she would know.
Yeah, I'll find out. I'll find out.
I don't know if that was further,
Yeah, if
sorry.
you're gonna do further business, you wanna have a attorney.
For sure. Okay, got it. So do you guys know Alyssa Wu then?
Well, I saw her name as authorized agent. And then when you talked about you had the same attorney.
Yeah.
I wanted clarification on that, but not necessarily for me, but for you.
Yeah, for sure. I understand. Thank you. I'll look into it. I'll make sure. But yeah, for as far as I know, I'm pretty sure she's an attorney, as well as maybe the agent.
Yeah, and sometimes if you have the same person brokering the same deal, gets kind of dangerous.
Dangerous.
Because they're gonna take care of whoever signed them first.
Noted.
You never know, right?
Noted.
That's just
It's our first
awesome on the
visit,
bar.
it's our first visit. So like everything was like a whole learning experience, the whole thing from beginning to end.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Even more so.
yeah, thank you.
right.
We will make due diligence for
Yep.
sure.
We're
All
done.
right, we're done. That's it. Thank you.
All right,
Very
that's
much,
all.
both of you.
Thank you.
Dude, thanks so much.
Take care.
Oh, thank you.
Before you go. to the
Oh, for
thing,
sure. I'll let her know. Thank you.
It's great. Before you leave, Amagon. No, you're good. Mr. Amagon, so for future contested cases, or maybe you need to work with our administration, is it possible to get it instead of only on the screens that are over here, on the laptop, so that we can see it? Because it's really
Absolutely.
hard to see it on this big little TV
Yes.
screen here,
Okay.
because we're trying to read through what you're pointing out and we can't
Yes,
see
I
it
apologize.
100%. So
Yeah.
for future contested cases, that would.
We haven't done one in a while, obviously.
Yeah.
We have to
Yeah.
exercise our contested.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll 100% I'll do that for sure.
All right.
Because we all were trying to look at, to
Yeah,
read
it's
some
like,
of the
oh,
stuff that you were pointing out
Oh, sorry.
on that side. So no, for the future.
Okay.
All right. thank you.
All right.
And on.
Calling agenda, we have nothing for executive session, skipping agenda item number 29, agenda item number 30, the DSEA report. Hello.
Good evening,
Hey.
Chair and Commissioners. Darren Matsumoto, Department of Staff Executive Assistant, Honolulu Liquor Commission. Just a few things, two new hire LCI ones, Philippe Hoff and Stacy Manning. They began training this past Tuesday and they'll continue their training in the next few weeks. Did want to give a commendation to 10 of our employees during Hurricane Lala. They volunteered to work the Mililani shelter. Kudos to them to going down there Saturday through Monday, even though Monday did get canceled, but still was scheduled for that. And then lastly, yesterday, Agency Deputy Takimoto and Chief Investigator Neri, they conducted licensing training for the two TA LCI 3s that are relatively new or going to be moving into their position. And then also the licensing examiner. Those three went through some training with Mr. Takamoto and Mr. Neri. So getting them up to speed so that they can start making some traction. That's all I have.
Has the mayor's office, the managing director's office been notified that liquor employees did they volunteer?
It's different shelters are assigned by different departments. So yes, they would be aware of which areas were responsible for each.
I would just like to make sure they know so they can hopefully recognize them and other city volunteers for their beyond their duty.
Right. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and finally, any announcements? Item 31? No, we are adjourned. Hey.
So wrestling with these really long ears, like, oh my
I
god.
haven't done one of these in a while, thank God.
Wow. Wow.
What a day today was, huh?
Oh, no comments.
Terrible. I'm terrible.
Bless you.